Ah, good morning, everyone. I know probably everyone's like, "Wait, what the hell is happening? Why did I get a notification from Twitch that Swamp is streaming before 7 o'clock in the afternoon?" Well, every chance I get, I'm going to be playing Endwalkers because I need this story in my life. Uh, so if y'all watched last night, I'm sorry about the very, very abrupt ending to it. My internet was just like, "You're done playing, boop," and I was like, "Oh." So I got the internet fixed. And then Square Enix was like, "No, for real, fam. You're done playing the MSQ tonight. Go to bed." And I was like, "I'm not tired. I don't care. Go to bed." I'm like, "Okay." So let's kick it back off, shall we? By the way, obviously we're choosing. Uh, we're gonna go with the boys. You know, Dacrid, uh, Alpha Node's real dad, and Uncle Urianje. Let's see what everyone else has to say first. Voice wasn't quite ready. The process by which forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offer any advantages to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their back on Eorzea? If the forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a curious and cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Though I have read much on the subject of Ryladon, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hashin means to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technology disciplines are. So, it's back to Travander. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more subtle attire. I have Kraw's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thalnar before, I can travel by Aetherite. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage will waste time we do not have. Kral was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folks of the confluence. We take ourselves there. The confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Yeah, question marks? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart. Unto those sanctuaries we delivered the owning to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. Poor Rianje. As it at it as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection has revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intentions of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Krite. Poor Ernie. Fuck. Shit, come on, Cam. Damn. Why did that hit so hard? I think I see you, roll quest. Oh, so this is like where Aetheryte's made? Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kral of the students of Baldesion. I forgot. Yeah, sorry. I straight up forgot about that. Not to our knowledge. We seek passage to Trevarner. And understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Oh god. Welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you haven't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to... Yo, what up, Mish? Travel to Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrollable limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? Sounds sus. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherytes, but the Aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherytes, one has been installed here in Charlian, and the other over in Yedmata? A port town in, Thabnair. There it is, Thabnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razadahan. And indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. So, to sum up, we're to test these Aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherytes were made for people like you, your good self. The magics imbued within all will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such thing. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we're actually struggling to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In that statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Scrawl truly knows how to pickle. Crowl, I feel like you're about to get us in trouble. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Bowada not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the form itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. So yeah, I kind of forgot I queued up for main scenario roulette on my Reaper before I got on. And that was the queue for it that popped. And I was like, whoops. The words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnir. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Crawl. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. That is such a pretty Aetheryte. Check your tinkering.
Right, we're all set.
I feel like I wasn't half off on the voice.
Just the four of you, was it?
It's a bit more
Three.
British.
I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Sorry.
Oh, well, never mind. If our three travellers could line up here, please.
Sorry, it just reminded me of that X-ray meme. No, don't worry, this won't hurt you,
Yes,
Runs.
right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
What?
Banger had my reaction. I was like, wait. And Urianji's like, typical. Nice.
Thavner, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks for talking. Jesus, this thing really Orianche.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
So Vish, this kind of reminds me back in our younger
There was
days.
a note with Kryle's instructions.
Like I feel like Banker, it was you the morning after some nights. Urianger was me after other nights.
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Oh. But the Aetherite's right there. Estinian. Oh god. Oh. Don't. Hey, I'm in. Yay! Oh, that's pretty. Okay. Hit hack. Oh yeah, we're still struggling. Sitting and stop. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. But, wow, the Messi, a traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special... No. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed to be calming for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Thabnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not one, not two, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery. And you want to say as much to Messina, but you realize any word of warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Emmett and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Don't do it, Estinian. No. That's too expensive. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? No. Wait, I shouldn't buy that, lasses? This merchant is swindling me? A serious apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Elephants. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, this Amara flavored lassi is bottled to settle unruly stomachs. Praise be to the 12. My stomach does loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estidian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You spared us Tarsaru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right. I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat sort of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? Oh no. A local vendor. The man said it is a Bavarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? $9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high. But doesn't it seem excessive here? No. deliberately put it there so you want. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Travnir as its dominion, the nation of Raz-at-Han have long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Acrodocia, a Managon tribe indigenous to this land. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and though they're intermingling a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the produce of Hanish culture has come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint between east and west. All of this has combined to make a trading power of Razat-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must need be maintained through judicious governments and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece helpless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. The opportunistic pricing is rampant thus. Doubt suggests that oversight is much weakened, or perhaps that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it must be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We have not to lose but by learning more. So, ere we seek out crowds of acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yidalheim? Oh god, these names are going to kill me. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lessie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. It is truly so amusing to see my hair bound. 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you are confused by how you found me following Nidhalg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Kyogers removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon helm again. The summit became once more. Fanker is ready to get to work. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. Vamron, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting, though, the mere sight of it may be. No, I put that there so you wouldn't turn my computer off again. Sweet, sweet thing. Welcome, traveler. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when there's sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bicolored gemstones you're willing to part with? You now have access to this region's gemstone exchange. Trade bicolored gemstones for a variety of rare and exclusive items. Successfully completing local fates will allow for the safe delivery of goods in the region, increasing the number of items available for exchange. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad they brought gemstones back. I was actually a really big fan of them. It made fates worth it. Because glamour and stuff. The crate is laden with fruit, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Ah, this place is pretty. Shit. I mean, in all fairness, literally everywhere I've been is pretty. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further ahead. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, these appear to be very, very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording myself. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a custodian to keep afloat, like that person's name. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Halzeel a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him in the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. I really like these boats. They're nice. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, I sure did. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Nuranar. If they just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, God only knows. Oh yeah, that is one thing I need to turn off. Character system. Close. There we go. Turn that off, so that way I can hear the sounds. There we go. The Dalmatians aren't coming, but we've already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spilling out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. God. But this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the Pernod Hanash favorites. Our custodians work closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all of these things, Halzeel, I do. which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been canceled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Mastia, and I'm here to see Kazazla. Look at his face. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Guessing on the voice. I was like, well, no hurt in trying. Oh, there is an item I need to put back on my hop. Oh, I guess I need to get a new one of those. Hello, elephant. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Khalifa too, did you? I'm Mastaya, a fisherman of Akal, a nearby village. I'm selling my catch to Khalil, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the Constorum had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyways. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Everything. I do everything. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people, then that must mean you're doing a great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portions I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people, and ever only dealt with Kazazla, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Sure. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Then the events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I am in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yaldama. I will observe you and learn. Messiah is now accompany you. Keep him at your side to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave monsters behind by entering a different area, putting too much distance between you, or by speaking. If you wish to have monsters join you again, return home here. So I dig this. I like this, like, accompanying thing. Yes? Fish. I got fish here. Fresh fish. Yeah. Fresh fish straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friends. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. Hard to come back, continue my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything too dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how could I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delicate stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeeded at making a sale. No, I don't talk to people for a living. What are you talking about? I like it stomps. Stomp, 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 stomp. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amara. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking me when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure? Actually, I know how you feel. So option 2 is a little too true. You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have Alaki's sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. I don't know, do we? We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. let's go make a shady sale. Apparently. Yeah, let's say it's up here. Stop. What is it, if you don't mind? I'm rather busy. Oh, God, it's my stomach. Ugh. Aether sickness. No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. No, this doesn't apply. This logic doesn't apply to my life. Shut up. You eat too fast. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Well, fish won't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to you. Oh. Too bad we couldn't make a sale. But we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Tis a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet it contrasts to its scale. There is a distinct lack of activity. Shady shit going on right there. Folks here are rather business-minded, for want of a better word, but at least they are welcoming of foreigners. In ordinary times, this harbor must overflow with visitors from all over the world. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. I managed to sell to two of the three people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazla soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kazla, have you finished business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Master. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the custodium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail. The sisters, the sisters as my witness. Law. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We've also heard that the tower is affecting many local livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Teleperi. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower impacts upon the people's lives thus appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. Helping a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. Judging by the furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matsuya fellow you are helping, he's Akarishija, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusive his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If something is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Arkashard, Arcasadora, yeah, that sounds better, would be their primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Sorry, there's something I needed to look at. Just couldn't remember where it was. Why are there maggots everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. Okay, thank you. Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadine. I am Ula of the Cassanian. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Magenta. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Magenta, you turn tail and flee, as fast and as far as you can. Her tails were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare land as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kanaka person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. I get that flying again. Oh, can't go up there yet. By the Dust Mother, no one told me Kanaka was a Magenta. Can I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Sure. Hey. Welcome to Yidama, traveler. I am Kanaka, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Oh, I'm just speaking for this coward. Vamron and Ulga, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Managa? Managa. Is your companion quite alright? No. Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gashru tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can since the trouble began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I'll only have past fits for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Least you doubt. My skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Kanaka Zo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on an escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They're already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There to be a ritual dance performed in Kajiji footsteps. They'll need incense and costume for the dance and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, Do they also include Madaga in their numbers? It was an Archistoria who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Vamron, I cannot do this alone. Pray, lend me your strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward of this task will be yours. Sure. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yonomad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. And that is where we shall meet. You will find me there. Yes? Sorry, Mom. You want a lot of burps? Be right back. Just gonna hop over here real quick. Maybe. Yeah, there it is. But it's right there. Oh, I can't go down there yet, apparently. Shit. Angry elephant. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... is your companion not well? He seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him or being harmed. Perfect. That's not how it works. I must say, this is less than ideal. Most people are already scattered across the wilds, but I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attacks. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Archidashra? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ola has run off into the wild. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Trunk's bone-crushing feet. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing Magenta stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Alright, let's get back to where we were. Not to sound ungrateful, Vamron, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol. Forgive me. I should have waited for orders, instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reach safety. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although he had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks, and as for your payment, that you can collect from Kanako. Right. I suppose we report to Kanako then. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Travnir rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teaching of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please, accept your payment. Half each, as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. Take that ether current for now. Thanks very much. This place is fucking gorgeous. You do not see Messiah nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Well, I can't get to that one yet, so... Oh, that's something though. Hold on. Come back for you, MSQ. My lord, just... So, Vish, what was your opinions on this place? You do not see Masa from here either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Natalia's voice, and it came from the north. You feel bad for killing the elephants? Yeah, like I'm like actively trying to avoid them. Like, I don't want to get in your aggro range. You're cute. Huh? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? Oh, wrong voice. I see you found him here in time. You, you and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We've heard that the Akadoshira were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it is best if you took refuge in the city. I've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities, in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrosities and monstrous imaginations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? So, bitch, I just realized what trial you did. Sweet. You've come all this way to save us. Really, to think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folks, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pray visit to Akali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis a simulacre of Travertian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hemnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false god. Like as not, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions to Akabal. Let's maybe we get lucky. Nope, it's across that gap that I can't cross yet. Shark Uaha. Alright, I will be right back. Sorry. Welcome to Akaleo, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that. But please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you do not. But you could do worse than to start with Kagin and old Hasaradoth. They're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most won't fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know where it is, how it is whence you hail, but our isles is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Mesion, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Magi, beings who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities. Their form and personality many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Messiui and the Magi deities, who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Mesua, the Magi cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Messiui coveted the might of the Magi, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in ages of harmony between the two factions. Maybe I did guess wrong, or what I'm thinking is wrong. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Messiah have worn animal faces, and the Magi the limbs of men. Okay, so now I think I know which one it is. What trial you did. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my house at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. So at first, I don't know, now I'm back to the other one. Like, I don't know if it's going to be Mega Sisters or Anima first. See, that's Mega Sisters. They are Mesua. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. The center one is the oldest, Sindavura, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandavara. As the goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Minerva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so it is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the message, the deities of Eorzur preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Mockery, if I may ask? The Mockery hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possessed a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkashida. And then there are the dragon. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It is said that an ancestor of the Sitar, that's the ruler of Razat-Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinities in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear of your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kral's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidahan. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Works, further north along the coast. Did you say you were going to see Nadia? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Ah, I can stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Hey, what are you doing? You just needs it. Okay, that's still that one. That guy's hella cute. Like, I realized there was a body on the ground, but... Oh shit. Several bodies on the ground.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What the?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
So, not gonna lie, this is like one of my favorite accents to listen to. Like, it's just so soothing to me.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
From himself. I'm calling it now, that's the dragon.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Ah, scientist.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kral herself is tied up with another investigation, Vamron is an entity capably substitute, and we shall spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions? Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon skills proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the skills are highly resistant to destructive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify the protective properties through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. What do you need me to do, exactly? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I will first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Uriandi and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for the assistance that can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Works and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the other alchemists. Still that one behind that wall that I can't get to yet. Oh, there you are. You see a lantern designed in a local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding the place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Depa. The Depa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. This should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please, begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure test. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure test. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Depa lead and try not to fall behind. Okay, super cute lantern that I want a minion of. Where are we going? Stand back. You are struck by a powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomachs. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Do. Nope, still good. You're struck by another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowels integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Dear Lord, my bowels were in trouble with that? Jesus. Oh, are we there? Okay. Apparently I was just not far enough. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Nope, still okay. You were struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deppa off your hands. Thank you. I shall not replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sorts. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With a recent spate of kidnappings, however, we orchestra travel alone at our own peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Hajid Footstep. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Works. Oh, I am getting hungry. Probably finish this quest though. Definitely not logging at all, but probably going to give me something to eat. Or put something on my stomach. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Vamron! Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sister I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. What the fuck are you? Wait, southeast. It's still that one, isn't it? Damn it! absolute unit, isn't he? And here we are, Hadi's footsteps. Hadiji was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. To the northwest. I feel like I'm going to fall.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me about the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Oh yeah, I was saying those are all wrong, wasn't I?
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Yeah, that checks.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh, this fucking guy.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Don't want to stab him. I have enough spirit wood to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the Great Orcs, shall we? Yep, okay. So yeah, if within the first month this is not like some like major like free company doesn't hold like a concert here or something, I'm gonna be sorely disappointed in the community. Like this is like effing perfect. Alright, let's just get back to town, turn in this quest, and eat something. Oh. Vamron, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Okay. I shall be back. Much better. Okay. Little did had notes that she is about to send you on another errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Narain. It would seem the stores of giants' galls are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspected that before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to attend to this if you like. As much as I'd appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I cannot in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Vamron, though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you fetch the giant's gall? In case you're not familiar, giant's gall is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and etherical conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gold Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Got this. Thank you. Upon arrival at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zephne. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand on my way that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hashmi, Mistress Nadi? By all means. Do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the hashmi to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Alright. Do we have... Yes, we do. I want that mouse so bad. I know what I have to do to get it, but God. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues have gone missing. She said she was going to Kaji Footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I cannot very well leave the clan to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kaji Footstep. Keep an eye out for her with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on a chance to meet one of the students of Valdessia. Yeah. So, Vish, without spoiling anything, just because I have, roads to travel, is it still getting super good? I'm also not exactly sure how far away I am from you. I mean, I know you've done the first dungeon, so I haven't made it that far yet. If you're still there. What do you mean? I need to get back to work. Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. Nice. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls so you can make sure the stage is in order. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. Sorry, try not to sneeze. The cloth weavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Sorry about that. Just, I felt it coming, so I was like, well, let me just... Okay. Any problems, the floor and the paint, I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Balthesian, would you? You are? And here I was dedicating you menial tasks. If I had known I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashimar at one time. I want to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great works. I don't want to cause any more trouble that I already have. I got this barding on my chocobo. All fairness, it's been a long time since I've seen my chocobo. My poor misused chocobo. There you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as As am I. Here, a token of our thanks. One step closer. Of a bit. Here are our Hasmas, Vamron. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Aorzean dodos. Hasmas have long been kept as livestock in Vamnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objection, then let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. When you are ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let this be all. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they might have a wobbling gait. First time I've actually been on one of these. That spectacular formation stretching out. This sword, Legend holds, was wielded by the man against the monitor before it was cast down at Conflictia. The legend requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Through the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Vashnar, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Hold for their unflattering dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regards. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessors too often traveled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, For you, as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Naveen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanash by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Vamron Hunter, of the Aorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Aorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation? May I suggest that you exchange information with other soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad of any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vasha the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors in our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the field from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Aorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yeah, very much so. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. What the fuck is that? I've never seen this mount before. Oh, it's the Cerberus mount. Jesus, that looks good. And of course it's a lava on top of it. You wish to know more about the tower? To be honest, we know little and listen about it ourselves. This Tower of Zod, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did not on the Isle of Narnarone. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting evil. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? So, bitch, can you imagine Blood trying to say these names in these places? Just think about it for a second. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talisman. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Right. I mean, in all fairness, if he tried pronouncing some of these names, I'm pretty sure we just get banned on Twitch. I've heard about you, the visitor from Aorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephorai? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Aorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razathan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth dearth of information. Everyone will be grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamash, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I've enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. There's like one like right up there. Oh. Guess it's further up. Yeah, there we go. One more down. Southeast, that's over there that I can't get to. Alright, onward, great Dodo. Though the Hamas appears to want to return home, it reluctant offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamas hatchery to mount it again. Now. Whee! I really need to get one of these Dodos. Like, these things are fun. They're just so goofy. Oh, that's at this spot. I'm presuming. Giraffe. Coming in hot. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Asmus dashes off. Sorry, ether current. Northwest. Oh. Alright, apparently I cannot go in to swim in that water. That's unfortunate. Ah, aye, this is indeed Giant Skull Grounds. I am Zafin. Is there something you require? Yeah, I need some more stuff. Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, 'Tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a stack of the purest giant skull. We've always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folks of the Great Word know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Yep, that's on the other side of that. I'm not killing a giraffe. Just gonna go pat that. Now those I would, if y'all get frisky, I don't have a problem killing y'all. Y'all are not nearly as cute enough to prevent me being killed. Hey, biscuit. I'll get on this fate real quick. Jesus, that combo feels so good now. Like, it just flows. Alright, got 5 more fights to do before I can rank up in that. Ah, welcome back, Vamron. There, I hope that you have the giant skull. Sack filled with the realm with chunks of the purest giant skull. Oh my, such a fine specimen. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. When this is ready, it will be time for the truth test. So please, take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Tavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Yeah, they're hitting hard shit, aren't they?
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Stab him! Let me go stab him.
What is it? What did you see?
An asshat.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
That's mean. That is such a mean answer. Fish, this is the answer you pick, isn't it?
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Ugh. I was so mean, Bish. It's like, okay, what makes my OC a complete asshole? This one? Perfect. Oh, okay. I say she's nice, she's sweet, she's a good leader. It's like, hey, if this goes, tits up, and I'm the one that's going to suffer from it, not someone else. That's really noble. This is this is a rather finer boat than I was expecting, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let us be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Motherfucker about to die. Now that's gut-wrenching.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
This motherfucker here.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
I'm sorry, what?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting.
Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Well, that explains a lot about him. God, I cannot wait to kill that son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Ah, you're returned. But where is Mistress Nada? Masu preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the break. So Fan Daniel is actually the original Amon from Crystal Tower. Jesus. I do on my bard. I do. So the Amon we killed in the Crystal Tower was just a clone. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be wearing that outfit anymore. I've Look, running Crystal Tower again. I'm just gonna be like, I'm going like try hard mode on him every time now. Oh, oh. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you are right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nida and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, the Nida colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if the one to explain. Oh, Madonna. Can you answer me this? Though Nadana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding skills, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This, Nadana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more skills, that she and all those who are taken might be saved. I, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our Aorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mr. Nadad noted your vital contribution to the talisman creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razat Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit, after all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Gauls ground, and I will show you into the city. So, Vish, I guess that's kind of one of the first of many gotcha that this game's going to pull from your experience so far. Jesus, that's crazy, man. These people really just pulled a freaking, not even a last boss, like the second to last boss in the second freaking Crystal Tower raid. It's like, hey, this is who you're actually fighting. Well, to some benefit, I've unlocked this area, so therefore I can actually, like, get all my aetherites. Not aetherites, but, aether currents. So that's a bit of a benefit. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That through the position is header, he is not considered a sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. When I last visited, the city was brimming with life. I expected the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threats of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ruds at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name, Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
I did, not in that sense, but I'm going to still say I called it.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Yeah, close enough for government work. That's what I'm going to call it.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That's awesome. God, that's awesome. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlotte and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zolt. Well, I mean, we knew there was multiple Great Worms from Heaven's Ward and leading up to this. Like, we knew about Nidhogg, we knew about Race Felgar, we knew about Tiamat. I think there's seven of the first brood. I don't remember. Like, that's the one thing I don't remember, how many of the first brood there were. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. It's okay. No, God, no. Absolutely not. Like, once again, I had a feeling the kid was like a dragon of some sort, just from like Estinian's reaction. Like, maybe like he found a way to like transform and it was like a lesser dragon. Was I expecting a first brood of Midgar Swarma? God, no. Absolutely not. No, that completely caught me off guard. But I do really, and I love the fact that he took out one of his eyes and implanted it into like this false body, more or less. To go and still be able to see the world and do what needs to be done without revealing who he really is. Yeah, that just literally all of that was just beautifully done. Oh, so good. Just as I was getting used to balmy Travnar, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains. But when that's over, we can take stock of all of the developments and discoveries. Oh, that was lovely. Keep me to put that on my damn app more. I don't know what this is. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Vamron Hunter? As I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild shop full top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea. Okay. As I understand it, I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray, speak with Northra at that place to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Yeah, might as well unlock hunts. Hi, I'm Northra. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar, you're Vamron. I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms and lighten our ever-increasing need. Unfortunately, capable individual remains the sticky point. Few hailing from our fair poles are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand up against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as gilding. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you at, but I find it best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effect of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you into the deep end just yet. Let's have you start with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Hey! Level 81. Alright, let's see. Alright. Let's do these real quick. I'm just hoping that if I just stay on top of these, I'll actually get some of those more unique minions, and just extra levels never hurts. So I was like extra XP, extra rewards. There's a turtle. Back to sacks of nuts. That's okay, so there's an A rank. Nope. Oh god. Oh my face. Ow. Ow. I need an adult. So that hurt. Oh. The dish. Pro tip. Low 90 mobs hurt. Just in case you weren't aware. That anyone who watched, just to let you know. Low 90 mobs hurt. Low 90 A rank or S rank. I don't even know what it was. It was A. It was an A or S. I think pretty much one shot me. Okay. Where the hell is this thing at? The perfume device. Okay, that's actually up here. I believe it's up here. Okay, yeah, this is the perfume device. Where's some birds? Like, not those birds, but the other birds. And that's the hatchery. I don't need to be. I don't need y'all. I need birds. Vish, you wouldn't happen to know where these, like, toucan-looking birds are by chance, do you? Do you remember? Those. Remember seeing these? Oh, no, it's fine. Do you remember seeing these anywhere? Okay. Alright, well, I'll probably just do that. Off screen. I think Curly's going to be back in like an hour or so, I need to go ahead and just set this to be my new home. Yep, change it from the Crystarium. I no longer need to go there. An unsettling change has come over Charlene, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Charlene's archives for historical records for any hint of the connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Nominine, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Oh yeah, I can't mount. Make another cup of coffee real quick. Ugh. As soon as it warms back. So I really like what they did with the Aetherites, to where it actually shows you where you're going now, instead of just having to memorize it. Makes it a lot better on my brain. I can save all my big brain strategies for like a fight. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Nonomine, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, where the archives of Nona extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gabul Library pale in comparison to Nominen's endless mazes of subterranean chambers. Any citizen in Charlotte is free to enter and pursue its shells. Well, most of its shells. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted ones. I've dispatched Tola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alfino will help me continue my search through these stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene's history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications, I promise you. A working knowledge of the subject will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches once they're over there once we find some promising tomes. Happy reading. I struggled with that one. Like, the words just were not coming to me. Read this book. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogan man by the name of Nifkrif. Nifkrif was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportion would soon sweep over the land of Aeorzi. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to the horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nifkrif's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nifkrif wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship safely atop Aboleth's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. But it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nifkrif gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. Their journey to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the Northern Sea. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian. We lived in to this day. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalia in the Dwarven Hitherlands, a Charlian colony once stood. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapter going to introduce the more prominent features of Idleshire, this book does not appear to contain additional information on these four, or cover the history of Charlotte Motherland in greater detail. In the years which followed the founding of Charlotte, civic policies and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in sufficient delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Actual Era, it was ultimately decided that Charlotte would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form as we know it today conceived and created. I was like, I just kind of want to read all these books. Have you ever gazed at the sky above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestries of the night. Some think the dome above us to be finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar the suspicion of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Al who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamo and sought to expand beyond our earthly bound existence. Having read their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but immeasurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for work. Yeah. Okay, that was something I wanted to read. Dang. Thanks. Sorry about that. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in a philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant, and could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherical, and arcane viewpoint. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Nervicomp, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a civilization on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulation of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with the knowledge deliver the war. What you doing, Uncat? Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alpha Note and Crowell should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with a tantalizing relevant tomes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult after our arrival. We managed to speak with one of the family servants and asked how things were. It seems our dear father was instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed access across the threshold. Shit. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I am certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in this city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather far away. In the southern regions of Ilsgrad, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Trabnar. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth Umbral calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and the fifth calamity froze the sea solid. Many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Emios. When I was a boy, a nearby town caught under the jurisdiction of a illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children and as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties with the knowledge and tradition of Al. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends of the students of Baltesian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered it. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Swab, was he not? Stories of adopted wasps and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient persephone, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the formed stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we take some headway into these books, Vamron. More company should be arriving any moment now. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the foreign baffling behavior. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Golf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. We've returned with our selection. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Qual has already flipped through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent foreign members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarok firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew on? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos intended to the ancients themselves, causing the powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abomination prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understandings. If only the art of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Eustola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning ritual promulgated by the Ashians. Was there aught else of note with herald the approach of the final days? I think, yeah, may have. The Amarantia spoke of a kneeing sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound, ourselves, of course, thus as we were in the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive, and possibly quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the nominate mans, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive actions did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancient offered up further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls that intended to render onto Zodiark a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Verna and her followers not manifested their opposition in Uncat. Uncat, I can't see. Hey, move your butt, thanks. In the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that fresh in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephroi truly means when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the condition caused by unstable creation magic? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to the form, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Stola. But 'tis time we begun studying these research papers. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope anyway. I am the last, am I? Oh, it did? Shit's popping off again? I am the last, am I? Well, my extent searches of the Archon stacks produce one of or two possible useful books. But I won't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source reflections from the Gurn oracles for its potential to cause panic and confusion. The tome was deemed apocryphy and sealed away in the Great Cabral Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce by largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fauchelevent with knowledge of the Telephorai and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final day or no. These books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labor for what feels like an age as just stole his research assistant. Whatever you say, Mommy. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I still have a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the days was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Vamron? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside table, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Well, are we getting tea or coffee? Are we getting both? So, what level are you, by the way, Vish? Oh, shit, that's right. Retainers have leveled. Damn, 55. Nice. 85. Okay. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlatan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Talafari. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand us, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of those Talafari. Those enemies of peace have promised to an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man, which you is obviously a foreigner, I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Vamron. Bitch. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray, excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Talafari and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Flosser that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphanode had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Flochenant may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlatan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find. Information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. You might just get the answer you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Done worse for less. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisha. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. God, that sounds delicious. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Let's see, y'all get tea. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefra who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friend and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. You get the omelet. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telefri? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. That was delicious. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've skinned and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Prowl the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telefri make good of their audacious threats, then many uncategorized rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? What you looking at? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazeters were printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they're done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the parasite, away from the gossiping and the waggering tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
No, what's Labyrinthos?
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Vamron, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Yep, let's go tell the others what's up. Like, hey guys, shit's going down. Proud, shit's going down. Welcome back, Vamron. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. So, there's a lot of boats going into a tunnel, which apparently Charlian does stuff like that. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impressions of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Justola observed earlier, Nominant archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Vamron and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlian knows nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telefari is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by the duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzean requests for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthios and assess the situation ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Thanks, Cryle. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthios is not far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Hey, I'm waiting on you. Well, this is a welcome change in an NPC that you have to follow that actually runs. This is very strange. Other video games do this. You see this? You see this motion? Like, I have the controller all the way down. Well, it sounds like Curly is home. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier. If you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rosary there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. I've not been to Labyrinthos in a long time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permissions for our group's visit. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
So that's really cool. Not gonna lie, that is awesome. Yep, that's...
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I'll be right back. Let me say hi to Carly real quick. Sorry about that. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock of laboratoriums, you know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our lap. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. You're here to help or give me more headache because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm not in the no mood for idle chat. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack the Marmons running loose. Let me think. The shot seeds need to be item 1058, human seeds 1059, snowberry 1060, and or were they 1061? Oh, my hand feels like it's stuffed with mako grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? And if someone mistakes the Protein carrots for the Gaharian carrots, what's then? Any luck, Vamron? What tales did the gleaners have to tell you? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The foreman is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinth upside down in the process. Yay! Alright, that is where I'm going to end it for today. I'm gonna have been streaming for like 6 hours. I mean, granted, well, this is phenomenal. I need to do something productive today. So, until next time, may be back on tomorrow, for sure Monday. So, until then, we'll continue the MSQ the next time I get on. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, for whenever you're watching this, and we'll talk to y'all later.